He's not watching the KSP vids.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I was gonna do that. I was gonna do that while we were loading up KSP, dude. I think I got everything, Thomas. I actually think we got all of the space news today and some more, actually. Which is good. Q-Tip, 12-month resub. Swishio with 100 bit tips. Should try SnowRunner. Yeah. I don't know, goalie, maybe. Alright, so I switched us over to KSP, guys. Let me get the joystick out, because we are going to do more flight testing, integration and flight testing today. I have the SSDO basically able to launch from the pad fairly frequently, so, yeah, I think there's still some weird stuff to figure out with it. Something is doing, because I went to launch it yesterday, and it went higher than before, and for whatever reason, this time around, it started side slipping so bad that the vehicle constantly would want to yaw to the left, and I couldn't recover from it. I couldn't fix it. It got like locked to just flying sideways like this, which is weird. I'm not exactly sure why that's going on, but I will figure it out. But while KSP is loading up, I do have some videos for you here. Check this out. This one, the first one is a preview. Swishio with another 100 bit tips, and then Karate extended their tier 1 subscription through December. You had unspent fuel, just a little bit, Falcon, but I was turning it over in my mind, dude. That doesn't seem like enough fuel to cause that big of a problem. But then again, I know that my center of mass does get very, very close, or center of lift does get very, very close to going in front of the center of mass. And if the center of lift does go in front of the center of mass, then it could be an issue. Yeah, the open top has nothing to do with it, guys. KSP doesn't use fluid dynamic aerodynamic simulation, so it's not. Dude, I could put a tuba on top of the thing, and it would have about the same effect as, you know, putting a payload bay or just nothing. Well, nothing up there would have a different effect, but you get the idea. I don't know, Swishio. We're gonna have to go back and find it. A tuba. I don't. There's no tuba.
Discovery,
Space
go at
tubas.
throttle.
Golden Goose with 5 more. Or no, that was your first. That was first 5. Gee, your first 5. Thanks, man. You ever get a chance to look at the NSF article? No, not yet, Novus. I will get to it, though, I swear. I'm just backed up. So what happened was, dude, I had Monday and Wednesday, and Monday and Wednesdays were days where I just didn't do space.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Where I just didn't do space news at all. And I've been kind of trying to catch up over the last couple of days, and that offset everything, dude. It screwed me
Discovery,
up so bad.
go at throttle up.
Tape! Oh, my goodness. Here, check this out, fellas. This is coming from Squad here. It's a KSP loading, and this is a preview for a new spacesuit that's coming out in the next patch for KSP. I put fuel dumps on him, goalie. I just didn't notice that I had I put fuel dumps on them, goalie. I just didn't notice that I had leftover fuel during the test flight because the thing just immediately flipped out of control. Oh, slim suits. Oh. Gee, I wonder what those are supposed to look like. It's weird seeing a SpaceX suit with an EMU attached to the back. Cool, though. Val, you alright? Awesome. Awesome. It has evolved nicely from this concept, though. Yeah. Yeah, concept art is never going to be exactly the same, but yeah, that's cool. Is that what it looks like for Jeb to still be alive? Here's another video, and this one is coming from the KSP2 developers here. This is a show and tell, so let's see what we have here. Dude. No, 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 no. Come right back here. Taxiways. We finally got taxiways. Keep in mind, I'm pretty sure there's a disclaimer on this video saying that this is concept. Some of this is concept and this isn't the final version. Let's take a look. Here's a first look at the in-progress KSC showing off the beautiful, beautiful work of Matt Reynolds and Jordan Pack. Alright, so what do we see here? Obviously a gigantic tracking dish. That looks a lot like the 70-meter dish that's in Goldstone in California. The Deep Space Network tracking dish. Are those parking garages over there? Still no parking? Those look like parking garages over there. Is it bad that the first thing I thought of seeing that dish is to make a Kerbal skate in it? Yeah, a little bit, Combat. Yeah, that's a little weird. The dish is blocking the solar panels. Savage. See last for a Nate comment. Speaking of this video, I see a bridge at 16. Gotta have something to fly under. Can you link this? Sure. Go and pick through this, fellas. Tell me what you find. Gotta keep the bridge.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Law's 31-month resub. I see parallel runways. Parallel runways right there. Parking spaces. It looks like a one-bay VAB right there. I'm wondering where the launch pads are. Looks like the launch pads are over there somewhere. There's people asking for a Mars yard. That would actually be really useful. Yeah, parallel runways and taxiways. Cool. PX, it came out today. It's just a teaser video from the KSP2 developers. It seemed to be a single bay VAB right there, or a single high bay right there. Parallel runway screams multiplayer to you. That would be cool. SLS 154, proceed to approach runway 09R. Yep. This looks great. Look at the lighting. The lighting is beautiful. Texture work is really nice. These are really nice game assets here. It looks great. More Nate comments. The runways have been significantly lengthened. As someone else mentioned in the thread, the inspiration for the new runways is the Space Shuttle landing facility. In general, we are trying to create more elbow room in a lot of areas, including with the VAB itself. Looks great, but where are the docks? They're there. The camera just didn't catch them this time. In addition to being able to spawn vehicles on launch pads and on runways, you'll be able to spawn ships at the dock directly from the VAB. boy. That's right from KSP2's creative director. That's Nate. Oh. Well then.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Exosphere. 1 year down. Hopefully many more to go. Thank you. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. KSP sucks next to KSP2. Well, one of those things we have and the other thing we don't, so... Also, one of those games is 10 years older. But yeah. Reject rockets. Embrace boats. That's right. Alright. Guys, I'm going to take a quick break here while KSP is loading up. I'm going to go fill up the coffee. I'll be back in a second. Let's get to it, shall we? Enjoy your break. Yep, will do. Be back in a moment. Maybe soon, 619. I don't know. All right, dudes, let's do this. Let's go. I got another cup of coffee. And let's try to figure this out. So, let's go in here and... fresh pots! That's right. Nice, Sneaky. Very good. Gotta wait for the coffee to cool off. So, where we last left off is over here. We took serial number 3.1, which is the third...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sorry, lost my train of thought. Somebody send me a message. Hold on, let me see something. Alright, cool. Consider that hill deleted. Oh, nice. Excellent. So, we had 3.1. We landed it back on the runway. Two big things here. It still generates too much drag, guys. After the test flight, the thing is still generating way too much. It doesn't fly very well. So, what I'm going to do here is, let me go into the debug here. Time to the races start. Not for another 3 hours. How do you recommend holding up this booster? Mostly radial attached solutions are far from strong enough and I don't have much else to rest on. It's clearly Falcon 9-esque there, Prey. The hold down points are tied into the thrust structure on the octaweb. Oh, all the time, Forlorn. So... just find something structural, Prey. Usually something structural is like, the hold down points would be tied into the thrust structure. Okay, so the thing creates too much. All right, let me refocus for a second. Sorry, I got sent a message and I read it, and at the end, the message said "Don't read on stream," and I did it anyway. Anyway, let me dial back in. Okay, so this is serial number 3. We flew it 2 times yesterday. And those 2 times, one was to 6 kilometers and the other one was to, I think, 10 on the second one. I noticed that the second time around, this thing still created a lot of drag. A little too much. I did design this to create a lot of drag on the front of the vehicle, and I did design it to create a lot of drag on the back of the vehicle, because in real life, if you have a flat back to an airplane, it does create drag. If you have a flat back to anything that flies through the air, it creates drag. You need a tail cone, like an airliner or something, right? That usually makes that not happen. I think, though, the way that I ended up engineering this makes too much drag on the back, and the thing really does not fly very well. To be a little more specific and clear on that regard, it flies okay. It just doesn't fly, like, I can get it back to the runway. It's just, it's very difficult to get it to fly like how the X-33 or the Space Shuttle or the X-37 is supposed to fly. So, the second one went to 12. Thanks, Brain. So, we don't there's too much drag coming off the back, and then that's the first aerodynamic problem that I encountered. The second one that we encountered is that our side slip was terrible. Side slip is basically a nice way of saying yaw stabilization. Rudders on airplanes. The rudders and the vertical stabilizer on an airplane are what combat side slip. The thing is that because I used wings on this part right here to save weight, these things apparently the force that these things have is more than has more effective moment over the center of mass of the vehicle than the two rudders that I actually have on the thing. The side slip was very, very difficult to get around. It was difficult to fix. Galdep, welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Yeah, Tessa. So, I'm not sure about the side slip thing. The side slip thing could have come from control, from me, but I'm not really gonna focus on that too much on fixing that now that I'm really thinking about it. Because look, we tested it a bunch of times. I've flown this ship in this configuration 3 times, and all 3 times, two times I didn't have a side slip problem. All right, nothing. The 3rd time I did have a side slip problem, but every time I've had a drag problem. I lost serial number 2. I lost number 2 because the vehicle didn't fly how I thought it was going to fly. It flew worse, so it ended up falling short of the runway and crashing. The other 2 variants, I knew that the thing was going to make drag, and I compensated for it, so I got both of them back. And both of those flights were done with 3. So what I think we need to do with this is I think the big problem to solve is the drag problem in the back. And don't get me wrong, that is that might not necessarily solve my side slip problem, but it will solve the problem of it flying like trash, and maybe solving the problem of it flying like trash could also fix the side slip problem. I don't know how it would, but we do need to figure that one out. So also, if we go back over to the launch complex here, the crane and the bracket and everything have been working fine. That was the 2nd time I used that bracket to put a launch vehicle on our adapted freedom pad with the launch plate here. I've used this launch plate 2 times now. And it's worked both times with my service bays, believe it or not, which is weird. So the bracket is good for lifting the vehicle if I need to, and we have been having problems with the ground transportation vehicle. The ground transportation vehicle with this thing, but I think I might have other ways to get around that. Is there anything non-symmetrical that could be making the thing unstable? I'm not exactly sure, Swishio, but it certainly seemed like it. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go back over to 3, and I'm actually going to recover it. Yeah, Kyron, we basically have to overcome that the force of the wings. So, long story short, guys, it's because part of the fuselage is made out of wings. And this is a problem that, yeah, we need to... Yeah, that's something we should probably fix. I basically need to make my stabilizers have more effective force here than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Also, this transport truck is junk. It's never worked right once, so we're gonna need to probably figure that one out again. Did we fix the asymmetrical landing gear out back? I did. I did fix that, Altio, and it did work just fine the 2nd time. The landing gear did not deform. It actually withstood a 4-meter-a-second vertical speed impact, which is awesome. The way I engineered the landing gear is really good. How I actually engineered the landing gear is that all 3 of the landing gear are attached to that I-beam right there, structurally. I attached them here, and then I gizmoed them into position. The 2 here, and then the 1 in the front. The reason I do that is because it basically makes suspension. This is an old KSP trick. So if we're looking at the back of the vehicle here, right? This is the vehicle, here's the wings, right? I have that I-beam, the girder segment right there in the center. The landing gear I attached right here, and then I moved into position right here, right? And then that's in symmetry. That's in symmetry, and then the front gear I attached and then I moved it forward to the front of the plane. So that one's up there at the front. How this works like suspension is because they're only strutted locally over here, the struts do bend in KSP if you put force on them. They bend, but they don't break. So I have struts here and here. One of the struts goes to the wing and the other one goes to the fuel tank, right? Because the struts bend and they don't break, and the attachment point for landing gear is only radial, so it's pretty dang strong, this thing actually works as an entire pivot. The landing gear can move up and down, like suspension on an automobile. So that, coupled with the actual suspension that the landing gear has, makes really strong suspension. You just got to make sure that you strut it into place, or you'll get what happened on the first test flight with SN3. Where I landed and one gear bent up into position and the other one stayed strong. I don't know, Wookie, something like that. Are we not gonna do double gear at the back? I don't think I need to, lulz, and I'm kind of getting a little about the part count. This thing is at 378. It's quite high, so yeah. The other thing we have to figure out here is not making a lot of drag off the back of this. So, guys, I'm going to dump it, and we're going to figure out another way to do this. People have said use flags. It's not like an anti-roll bar iron. It's more... Actually, it kind of does. It kind of does work like an anti-roll bar, but it's an anti-roll bar that's articulate in the center. So... I'm not sure it's the panels that were the problem. Tessa, the way I have these fairings set up is designed to create drag at the vehicle, at the back of the vehicle. The problem is having those panels there, even if they're node attached to something, creates double the amount of drag off the back. I'm pretty sure the panels being like this is enough to solve that problem. I just don't want them there. The other thing we have to take into account now is that because the panels aren't there, our center of mass, our dry COM is actually shifted a little bit forward. See that? Can you nacelle the back? How would I nacelle it? What do you mean? Is it possible to flatten the curve for the roof? Momomo, this right there, I can't get rid of. That's or at least I really don't want to. With that center of mass shift, how does it affect the arrow? Let's take a look. Actually, the arrow is a little bit better. What I'm wondering is what happens when you yaw. What does that center of lift do? Oh. Oh dear. Yep, there's your side slip problem. Look where the center of lift goes. No more wings on the sides? I don't necessarily think so, Austin. What I need to do is see what kind of... Alright, so when you yaw... Oh. Yeah, there's your side slip. When you yaw this thing, that's no good. What keybinds do you use? Just hold left shift, and left click. All right, so let's save and continue here. And I need to go look at my shuttle for a moment, if you guys don't mind. I need to see what my shuttle does when we go to do this. The shuttle does the same thing. And I never had any yaw stability problems with this thing. At least I don't remember any particular yaw problems. Alright, what happens... Okay, so... pushing this way is going to rotate it like that. Okay. Yeah, Chiron, all that's going to do is just create more drag. Yeah, Joshy, I know. But the problem is the side slip on the X33, it doesn't correct. Dude, I had the thing just coming down like a spiral. I couldn't stop the side slip, dude, which was peculiar. Yeah, the shuttle has a huge tail on it, that's right. See, it should find a natural equilibrium right there, right? Okay. Let's go back over here. Is the amount of drag your new vessel creates exacerbating the issue? I'm not 100% sure, Cuban. I'm serious. I don't know. It could be, but I can't say why. So here, let's take a look here. What happens when we do that same thing? Well, first of all, my center of lift is downwards in this position, and it's upward. The center of lift was pointing up here with the shuttle when it's in this position. Now, what does this do? Hang on a minute. Can I try something here? No. Deploying the speed brake doesn't fix that problem. Are you worried about side slip during forward flight or bank turns? I'm worried about side slip in general, Duber, because it's something I can't... Okay, so what I'm looking for with these test flights, especially with the suborbital ones, is me telling the vehicle to do something and it doing it. If I command the vehicle to yaw right and it yaws to the left, that's not good, is it? Name a plane that does that. If I command it to yaw left and it's, and then I let go of the stick and it still yaws to the left, then we got a problem here. That is an area where I don't have control over the vehicle. And part of making a re-entry vehicle is having control over what the vehicle is doing and commanding the vehicle to be able to do different things all throughout re-entry. That's a problem that I had with Dart. I couldn't keep the nose up on Dart to get it to sail right through the plasma. I need to make sure that I can correct especially the direction that the vehicle is pointing in. That's very important. Last, please. It's pertinent to your issue. Okay. I'm willing to bet, Kerbucks, that your side slip is caused by the fairings. Remember, those are body lift, and it's not calculated in the SPH. It also applies to all the lift to the fairings base plate. What you're seeing here is only half of the yaw issue. It's possible. These are tilted a little bit, but Tessa, I tilted... Oh, I tilted them in with the wings. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so... What happens out of curiosity if I push this thing this way? What about that? What if I didn't tilt the fairing plates, dude? Oh, I know, Tessa. There's a reason I didn't build this, the wing leading edge, or the craft leading edge out of fairings, because I know from the K90 project that making your wing leading edge out of fairings is dumb. Yeah, that doesn't work very well. It creates all kinds of side slip. And maybe because these things have mass in them, those fuel tanks, that they're going to affect the vehicle more. Yeah, it's pretty big, Thomas. Yeah, we have to have the side fumbling effectively prevented. We have to have the main winding in normal Lotus or Delta type placed in panendermic semiboloid slots of the stator. Every 7th thermal vein connected to 6 hydrocoptic marsal veins, so fitted to the ambificient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. Dude, I was watching a car video on YouTube, and some guy referenced turbo encabulator. I was just watching some guy fix a van in the woods, and all of a sudden he started referencing turbo encabulator, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? What the hell's going on here? It was pretty awesome. Yeah, I don't think we need a lunar wane shaft so much as a reciprocating dingle arm. To reduce that sinusoidal repleneration. Yeah, that's really important. Yeah, it's like the Last Supper. They had good fish there. All right, let's... First of all, we don't need that strut anymore. With all this techno babble, you should write for Star Trek. Oh, this isn't my design. I'm referencing the. I like emulating designs of different vehicles in here in KSP Spiffy to. I like emulating certain designs. Like I made a space shuttle, I made a Falcon 9. We're making a Venture Star now. Yeah, here's one of the designs that I actually referenced for the vehicle here.
For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection to the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal grammeters. Such an instrument is the turbo encabulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fam. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic marsal veins, so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. The main winding was of the normal Lotus O Delta type placed in panendermic semiboloid slots of the stator. every seventh conductor being connected by a non-reversible Tremie pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The turbo-encabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of no-for trunnions. Moreover, whenever a fluorescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it.
No for trunnions, man. Yeah. Yeah, no for trunnions. But yeah, of course. Duh. Of course, no for trunnions, right? Like, I don't know if I'm being honored or insulted. I know. All right, so okay, fellas, what I'm looking at here, and it's interesting, is, look, if we yaw this thing when we're pitched up like this, right? Then the center of lift does exactly what we want. That's perfect. All right? Now, if we're at 0 degrees angle of attack, right? So the thing is flying parallel to the ground. Look what happens now. Then it starts getting a little funky. See that? So basically, in order to get this thing to fly correct and get rid of those side slip things, we have to fly it like this. The problem is that eventually we're going to come to the point where I have to do this to get it near a runway. Right? Where, I mean, unless I just want to sink it out of the ground, like I suppose we could do that. We just control our rate of descent, right? But eventually I'm going to have to do this, and okay, so from what I can see here is that we're basically going to have to fly it. Okay. So say KSC is right here, right? And so that way is west, that way is north, right? And there's the runway, right? Basically what we're going to have to do, if I'm coming in from re-entry with this thing, we're going to have to fly out over here, right? Turn around, get lined up with the runway. Get lined up with the runway and then do this. We're going to have to do a big flare maneuver here. Instead of trying to do something like this, where you come around and land, that's what I've been trying to do. We're basically going to have to try to keep our altitude as much as we can, right? And then go down and get the airspeed that we need to land correctly. So our descent is going to probably need to, for the next approach and landing, for the next flight, what I'll do is I'll probably go up here, we'll turn the vehicle, we'll go out here, right, out over the sea, and then we'll turn around, and then we'll pitch down and get onto the runway. We need to figure out where we need to flare at different times, right? But that seems to be the case, and that also seems, if I eliminate the drag out back, that should help. It's not going to help with the side slip problem, but keeping our airspeed during that flare will help me pitch up. And if we pitch up and then go to land on the runway, we shouldn't have any stability problems here with the yaw. What about landing on the runway on 90 with a water ditch option? Twitching, I don't want to do that, especially because we're going to be coming in from re-entry, dude. I actually like to make my plane go out over the water, turning around, it's heading east, right? Turning around, going west and landing on 270, or 27, heading 270 on runway 27, right? The reason why is because I always like to make sure I get to the place I'm trying to land because we have a glider, and then slowing down. That's why the space shuttle has a speed brake and a body flap, because it has stuff to slow it down, but it doesn't have anything to keep it sped up other than altitude and pitching the nose down. What's side slip? Side slip, T-Man, when a plane is flying, is any force, other than the rudders, right? Making the thing do this. Can you put flags flat on the runway with 9 and 27? The runway's numbered already, dude. No, Bill, I haven't. Would a docking port on center of mass with built-in pitch and then control from here help? Did we put flags on the back of this thing? No, Loopy. One thing I did was the fairings were angled in like that, so I switched them to being parallel with the laminar flow, right? And then I angled these tanks inward a little bit so they wouldn't be... they wouldn't go outside of the aero shell. And redid all the struts. So I straightened those out because those things were tilted in like this, and that will cause side slip, right? And then... yeah, well, that's pretty much it. That's what I did. Yeah, Joshy. Yeah, I got you. I know what it is. Tessa, I want this thing to make drag back here. It's just, it's making too much drag. That's all. I want it to do that, dude. That's intended. It's intended design. You need to make drag back here for it to fly like the real X-33. But Hellfish is right. We've looked at the X-33 wind tunnel testing PDF, and we know good and well it does have stability problems at certain angles. It really does. Who knew if you make your reentry vehicle basically a gigantic flying slice of pie, it won't fly correctly? Who knew? Seriously, I can prove it. Like right here, take a look. It's in my desktop rocket Venture Star pictures. Which one is it? That's spaceport range. It's not exactly what I want. Aerodynamic uncertainty model. Here we go. Yeah, if you make it shaped like a gigantic freaking block of cheese, it's not going to fly correctly. See, this compares the X-24, the X-24B, the M2F3, and the HL-10 should be in here as well. And then there's the shuttle. Shuttle's beast mode. Alright, let's go down here a little bit. Look, here's the LD. Lift to drag. Change in lift to drag at different air speeds here. Change in center of lift. Change in the center of drag, I think. Modified drag uncertainty. Got it. So you're saying Venture was the big pie in the sky? Oh yeah. See? Look. Side slip derivatives. Figure 10A shows the derivative errors for rolling movement due to side slip. Delta CI... oh, what symbol is that? Weird looking B. For the HL-10, M2F2, M2F3, X-24A, and X-24B orbiter vehicles. Yeah, I know you are, Tessa. Boom! Got him! Oh, I knew what it was. Thank you. So, Delta CI Beta. So let's take a look. Rolling momentum due to side slip. Yeah, Jackery, I've been reading it. Yeah, see? These are all the different... This is the different side slip. Which one has the worst side slip? The X24A has nasty side slip, and the M2F2 also has garbage side slip. Orbiter, I think, is the shuttle. X33 uncertainty. So this is the nominal window in the maximum amount of side slip that they think they would get at different speeds. Look at right here, if I'm looking at this right, the M2F2 at subsonic coming out of transonic is horribly unstable. The space shuttle's actually pretty good. It's not bad. Yawing moment due to side slip. Actually, oh wait, no, that one was rolling moment due to side slip. Yawing moment due to side slip is the problem that I have. The M2F3. Interesting. Yawing moment due to side slip, 0.1 degree. Delta C and beta, degree -1. See? This is why Kerbal is cool. This is why Kerbal's cool. So if you're looking at this and it means nothing, all right? That doesn't mean much to you. What I'm showing you here is exactly what happened on my last test flight. So on my last test flight, I stabilized the vehicle out and we started flying and the vehicle just kept wanting to do this. It just kept wanting to yaw to the right, left for you guys, and it wanted to just keep going around in circles like this. Just wanted to keep going down and to the right, down and to the right. That's yawing moment due to side slip. Turns out that if you make a spacecraft that's shaped like a big piece of, like a slice of pie, right? You might have these problems in real life. That's what this is showing. This is showing yawing moment due to side slip. Mine has that same problem. My spacecraft in KSP that I engineered and tried to fudge it to make it work like real air, like the real thing, actually ends up working somewhat similar to the real thing. Now, I don't know what my change in degree side slip is here. We'd have to go look at the data from the last test flight. We'd have to look at the delta. The delta, we could plot it. We could plot it out for our speed. We could. I could plot this out. No problem. But look at how bad this gets in the transonic regime. That's aerodynamics. When half of your vehicle's breaking the speed of sound and half of it isn't, you run into some real nasty stability problems. Not back into the left, back into the left. Actually, mine was yawing to the left, so it was down and to the left. The shuttle is Chad tier, Forlorn. I don't think people realize how well that thing ends up coping with aerodynamic reentry. That is... The shuttle's about as good as you can make a reentry vehicle, this shape. It's quite good for what it is. I mean, but see, this is the X24A and X24B. They showed that this triangular from the top shaped vehicle is having nasty side slip problems. Why? Well, because having a flat surface right here like this on the entire length of your vehicle, that's going to be able to generate more force than the freaking rudders on the back. Why? This is a bigger surface area than that. Straight up. It's this, like I said, this is more aerodynamics at this point, but even with this vehicle, the M2F3, same thing. If you have a pie slice shaped spacecraft, you're going to run into problems. Side slip problems, especially in the transonic regime. Now, we won't have that problem so much in Kerbal because transonic is a fluid dynamic thing and Kerbal doesn't do fluid dynamic simulation. But we are encountering some similar problems here. We are encountering some similar problems here with this vehicle. Then explain the Mirage 2000. What about it? Well, it's a Delta Wing. It's a Delta Wing, Doom. Here, do you want to see what the M2F3 looks like? Here, I'll show you. These are lifting bodies, dude. Look. It's not a Delta Wing, it's a Delta-shaped vehicle. See what I'm talking about? This little wing right here isn't going to be able to have the same effective moment over the vehicle as this entire side of the surface of the vehicle. See what I mean? It's a bathtub. So this was part of NASA's lifting body research program that they did in the 60s. Basically, these planes, so it was the M2F3 right there, right? Yeah, they realized that you need to flip the shape. The bottom of this needs to be flat because turns out if you make it shaped like a bathtub, it doesn't fly very well. See what I mean? Deep dish is bad, need thin crust. My man. Yeah, this is probably very aerodynamically unstable. Very aerodynamically unstable. Which is why they probably revised it into this. See, with this version, they curved the top surface a little more. They're slowly figuring out that if you're going to make something that... if you're going to make a lifting body, so a vehicle that uses its fuselage as a wing, right? You need to make the bottom flat, just like the bottom of a wing. Sorry, my brain did good, you know? So stupid. Yeah. Sorry, I think I just time traveled or something. And then there was the X-24, which is a similar idea. They had it right with the X-24 making the bottom of it flat. But see, Doom, this entire surface area, that's more surface area than this. Long story short. So the more surface area here, if you have the center of mass of this vehicle, like right here, this is more surface area that's out in front of this. This will do more, will affect the vehicle, will have more aerodynamic effect on the vehicle over this thing, right? No, it's not self-abuse. I just defragged my brain. That's all. So, our problem that we're having is a similar problem here because I made the sides of our vehicle out of wings, but I needed to do that to keep the center of mass in a good spot. I need the center of mass forward. If I plan on putting a payload bay in this thing, the payload bay is going to need to be somewhere right here. I ideally would like my center of mass to be somewhere in that spot, right? 4 tails? Defrag is cheating. What? That was a sentence. Two test lights. What about vertical wingtips? Ghost Archer is back in port, awaiting a visual on the fairing half. Alright, well, Doom, let me take a look here. Kerbal has this stat called relative wing area, alright? Relative wing area is 0.5. And where do we... So I made it so where these things calculate lift is right in line with my dry center of mass. What happens if I just fill up a little bit of liquid fuel here? It does move the center of mass back just a little bit. The relative wing area of this is 0.5, so, you know, 0.5, 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, 2.5. So... what about the delta wing in this? What's the relative wing area of those? So we have 2.5 on each side, which is 5 relative wing area, which is potentially affecting side slip. Now keep in mind, this is Kerbal now. This is not real aerodynamics. That's 0.5, and then that's 0.25. So we have 7.5 and 7.5. We have one... brain stop work good again. 1.5 relative wing area trying to combat 5 relative wing area here. That's why we're having stabilization problems. more rudders could be the solution. But it clearly wasn't the solution for the real X33. The real X33 does not have... The real X33 doesn't have... it just has two little baby rudders up here. The rudders that I have on this thing now are bigger than those things. So I'm wondering, how did the X33 deal with this problem? And I'm wondering if our answer is in here somewhere. Replace the worst offenders with panels. I can't do that, Doom. Because if I replace these with panels, it's going to shift the center of mass back more. The whole point of making the front out of panels was to weigh the nose down, because something that's nose heavy flies through the air a little bit better than something that's tail heavy, right? How do the wings affect vertical stabilization? Well, just like that surface on the side shady face on the X24, these wings do have force that's being pushed on the vehicle. Basically, air is hitting this thing and going that way. In Kerbal, how it figures that out is it puts a lifting force on it that goes this way. Ideally, if I could steer the vehicle, I could get the thing to fly straight, and if I get it to fly straight, these two wings should cancel each other out. Does slightly changing the angles of this do anything to fix it? No. See, the thing flies right if you nose it up, and then if you have the thing flying like this, so the center of lift is pulling down here, and it has moment over my center of mass, and it'll naturally want to fly like this. This is the reason why I can stall the thing over the runway at 45 meters a second and still land it, because the thing will naturally... Having the angle of incidence on these things pointed down naturally wants the vehicle to nose up. I would test with vertical wingtip surfaces, so something like this, Doom? I don't think that's going to make that big of a difference, because these things aren't that far away from, these things aren't that far away. So we need to make effective force over this. We figured out that each one of these is 0.75, and it's trying to cope with literally 5.0 relative wing area. So if we had 2.5 relative wing area, double the distance away from the center of mass, i.e. what you're saying, Doom, more yaw, this should work. So, I mean, I forgot to take into account relative wing surface area of this control surface, which is 0.4. So, Loopy had an idea the other day of basically doing this. I'll show you. Doubling up on the yaw and giving me more of these should get me what I'm looking for. Should. I don't want these out here. I don't think stacking the rudders would be the worst. Making them double thick. Yeah, exactly, Loopy. We eventually... See, part of what makes my vehicles fly so well, guys, and Loopy, I know you already know this. Part of what makes my vehicles in KSP fly well is the fact that I know enough about Kerbal's aerodynamics to make a vehicle in a certain way to fake it and get it to fly like the real one. Case in point, inadvertently, was the side slip that I caused during the last mission. That works. It turns out that the real X33 has that exact same problem, or at least would have from NASA's aerodynamic testing, right? I can fudge the aerodynamics to work well enough to where I'll get it to fly like the real thing. And part of that is like, you know, taking the real aerodynamics and translating it. The relative wing area thing is a Kerbal thing. That there's no relative wing area in real life. I mean, it might be somewhere, but like in real life, I want to make it very clear that in real life, like doubling up this would not fix this problem. Absolutely not. Oop, wrong thing. Doubling up on this would not fix this problem. Tessa was just telling me about the fairings in there. That's what you were looking at there. That wouldn't fix this in real life. In reality, and this is kind of how real aerodynamic or more realistic aerodynamics would work. If we were pitched up like this, these would be doing nothing. They would be doing nothing. It's dead mass at this point, right? It's just total dead mass. So the reason is because most of the front of the vehicle, if air is coming at this vehicle this way, most of the air on the front of the vehicle is getting forced out to the sides or forced underneath. There's a lot of low pressure up here. The air that does bounce off of this, right, is going to go out here like this and come down. So maybe the very top of these would be doing something, but in real life, yeah, you can't just make a wing surface thicker and hope that it's going to do double the lift. It's not really how that works. But in Kerbal, we could make up for it this way. We could make up for the fact that the sides here generate a lot more lift because I made them out of a lighter material than they would if we had an actual aeroshell. Also, there would be no aerodynamic calculations on the inside of this wing because the inside of this wing is the inside of the vehicle and air isn't moving around in there because it's the inside of the vehicle, right? So doubling up the rudders is a way to get this thing to... It should get it to work a little bit better, right? It should eliminate our side slip problems, and it should make this fly a little bit more like the real one. Trimix, yeah, that's right. Having the angle of incidence high on these things, or not high, having the making them slightly dihedral like that does screw with side slip a little bit. You're a little less unstable than if these were flat. But the other thing is that this thing is designed to fly like this. It's designed to fly like that, right? So, and because it's a hypersonic reentry vehicle, you need to make sure that the plasma doesn't flow over the wing, right? So that, I mean, that's part of the reason why they made this thing go up, because of the plasma flowing right here. The plasma will come off the side of this vehicle at hypersonic speeds, and then it'll go up like this. If the wing was down here, the plasma would flow out over the wing, and it would get a lot hotter. Yeah, dude, re-entry vehicles in real life need to put the wing in this position because of plasma. What's called hypersonics. So, another good example would be the Dream Chaser. Check out, look at the Dream Chaser's rear wings. Huh. That looks awfully familiar. It's the same shape. It's the exact same shape. See that? Pretty cool, huh? See, look at the Dream. Look at those things. Those are tilted out even more. They're 45 degrees almost. But see how they're. You see the way that they're shaped? They're actually pointing down, right? And they're also dihedral with a flat fuselage because the plasma during reentry is going to come off this nose cone and it's going to go out here. And you'd rather have it just fly off the side of the vehicle and get some gnarly flow separation right here with the plasma rather than trying to hit the wing. Yeah, plasma will go out and underneath here, and it'll swirl underneath the wing, and it should be able to control the temperatures better that way. And also, the wings being the angle of incidence on these being slightly forward and slightly tilted will help make this thing nose up during re-entry. Yeah, Loopy, split flaps could help. You're right. Is this type of dihedral giving some rudder-like influence? Kind of. A little bit. It should give you some passive stability, but also this right here, Trimix is right. It'll help with yaw a little bit, but this is also, you know, it's not a full rudder, it's not a full vertical stabilizer, and it's not a wing either. Wings out at 45 degrees like this are not a rudder and not a wing, and kind of suck at doing both of those things. It's halfway in between, but you got to remember, this thing won't generate any lift if you have it straight up like that, but you'll get great side slip, you'll get great yaw stability, but your craft won't be able to, it'll sink, it'll fly like a rock, basically. And then if these things are out to the side, you're going to be super susceptible to side slip. The thing could boomerang during re-entry. You don't want that either. Very bad. So, but you can't, you know, you could just do a space shuttle, I guess, if you wanted to, and just have a huge tail and then flat wings to overcome that problem. Or you could put the wings at 45. Actually, now that I'm really looking at this, Dream Chaser's wing design is exactly like the X-33. It's quite literally the same thing. Look, the X-33 has a little tiny vertical stabilizer, and the wings are out the sides like this. See that? Which is better, Dream Chaser or the shuttle? Shuttle. I love the shuttle. Slim Bob, this is Robert Parker. I'll link the playlist up in chat for you, bud. You see the wings? The wings on the X-33. Now that I'm really looking at it, if you stare at it long enough, the X-33's fuselage and the Dream Chaser's fuselage are very, very similar. It's almost like there's only a certain amount of ways that you can do this correctly. Huh. The wings are exact. They're exactly the same. The X-33 was just a little bit more chunky because it has fuel tank, like much bigger fuel tanks because it's an SSTO. You don't want it to boomerang and accidentally end back up in space. You know, Wookiee, you'd be surprised. We could skip off the atmosphere if we were boomeranging around like that, just like a boomerang would. Yeah, space flame full of puke. Oh gosh, that would suck, dude. 154. What's that, Jackery? X-33 launch complex is area 1.54. Oh my gosh. No, I can't. No. That's what the dinosaur was supposed to do. It was a skip glider, not a true orbiting vehicle. Yep. I should have probably read about that before I tried and made something based off of it, loopy like Dart, and then tried to fly that like the space shuttle. Yeah, literally same. It's the same wing shape. It's the exact same wing shape. That's very interesting to me. Is the space elevator possible in KSP? Nah, not really, dude. KSP is a great simulator. It's not that good, man. But Loopy, see, Dream Chaser has differential speed brakes, B1, B2 style. See that? It has the speed brakes there. Interesting. Midge, good morning. Huh. Yeah, well, this is just a render. That's just a render that I pulled off. There's a bunch of different renders floating around to the X-33, but see what I'm talking about? It's a weird optical illusion. Hey, nice pack. It's a weird optical illusion, but the more you look at it, the more you see that they are actually angled down. See what I'm talking about? It looks like they're straight, but they're not. They are angled down and then dihedral slightly. It's this shape right here. See this? See that shape right there? The X-33 has that same shape at the back, and there's a very good reason for it. And my guess is hypersonic aerodynamics. I've been just putting this thing vertically on my old pad, Dealy Bob, for right now. I'll save the rolling pad with the transporter erector for the bigger versions. Would increasing the dihedral make side slip less? Where are we at right now? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. That's what the... There's no way. 40, 35, 30. Guys, I think that side slip problem was me. It was a control problem. That's me. It was a control issue with me. Because the way I'm looking at all this, we can mitigate side slip as much as we want with the fairings and everything. But, looking at NASA's wind tunnel testing and aerodynamic uncertainties, it looks like the X-33 was susceptible to side slip as well. And we know good and well from that same wind tunnel testing PDF that this thing needs to fly nose up like this the entire time. So I might have to think about flying this thing in a slightly different way. Oh. I mean, there's also that. If I angle the body flap up past 80 degrees... Oh, geez. If we angle those past 80 degrees, the center of lift at nose up goes in front of the center of mass. How bad does that stay like that? See, I did mess with the body flap when we were flying. We did mess with it. I messed with it just a teeny weeny bit, and messing with it like this, putting your center of lift like that is going to make the vehicle want to fly backwards. But these wings may have been, these wings and these wings most likely were the things that were keeping me stable and keeping it from not wanting to fly backwards. Oh, okay. What happens now? Yeah, I really don't want those going anywhere over that. I'm going to set their minimum angle to 80. And then maximum downward deflection on this thing shouldn't be more than like 110. Like, there's no way it's going to be more than that. So I'm going to actually go ahead and start messing with this and setting plots for this. But it looks like Kerbal does not, it doesn't like the body flap. Yes, Joshy, I see it. The problem is that if you use the speed brake while you're trying to nose down, for instance, right? Watch. Let me see. If we're going down like this, right? Interesting. Last. Just got here. Have you tried turning the whole thing side to side instead of pitching to see if the position of the center... It was the first thing I did, demo. Yeah. Look. It should naturally find an equilibrium right here. But, demo, it's important to understand that this thing is not designed to fly like this. It's a re-entry vehicle. It was always meant to fly like that. So getting your side slip here would be more accurate, would be more realistic. And yeah, okay. Long story short, guys, what I'm looking at here is don't screw with the body flap. Don't screw with it. Just leave it. Don't mess with the body flap at all. And then I actually am going to lower the rear gear down just a little bit, which means that this thing will be slightly nose down on landing because I can't move this thing any lower, I don't think, without it clipping out the front. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Actually, you know what? Let's just go in here and let me set the spring force to higher, and that should help. As a test, if you remove the flap from the body flap, what does it do? Nothing. If I remove the body flap Mac, it's going to move the center of lift in front of the center of mass permanently, and then the thing will permanently just fly like trash. Would it be worth a reduction in complexity to make the flaps fixed? Loopy, the only problem that I'm really foreseeing is tail strikes. What's the angle of attack here? 15. Yeah, Loopy, I want to keep going with the real body flaps, but I don't... This is fine. I'm okay with this. Correct, Hellfish, yeah. Mm-hmm. I understand that, demo, but I designed it to impart most of the aerodynamic forces on the 3 fairing plates that are at the back of the vehicle. That thing is, it's not occluded, but it's transmitting its aerodynamic data because that's node attached to it, and that's node attached to that down the vehicle. So this thing just naturally creates a ton of drag because of how I built it in the back. What about moving the body flaps from the bottom of the vehicle to the top? Well, Loopy, the real one doesn't do that. And part of me building this thing is that I want to figure out why they did this the way that they did, you know? It actually looks like the real X33 flaps aren't actually, I was going to say they're not that long. What we could do is this. I did, Nug. Yeah. See, just as I thought, it moves the center of lift just a little bit too far forward. But we could also trim that out. Demo, you don't know how this is going to control side slip. Well, here's the thing, man. Look, when we're down like this, you have some nasty side slip problems. The center of lift points down like that. See what I'm talking about? When I looked at Collins, it doesn't do this. This does move here, but I think the problem is that my center of lift is above my center of mass, and I can change that with the body flap by doing this. That should help me fix it. And then if I set these, well, those are set to roll, are they not? We could turn on yaw with these things and see what it does. I doubt Kerbal will understand that. I want another shot. I want another shot at this with this thing making less drag than what it was. We didn't have any side slip the other night, Yarg. It was this time around. And I don't know if that was because that may have manifested itself because we were going a lot faster this time around and we went a lot higher, you know? I'm gonna send it like this, guys. Serious. Yeah, we're gonna send it like this. I'm curious to see what this does. Last. Alright. Can you check what happens with a 20 to 30 degree roll? Okay. That's 30s. That's 30 and then yaw. See, this is all gonna make this thing want to pitch down more, which exacerbates this effect, demo. The reason why I think the body flap is going to fix it, because the only way to get this thing to fly and be not as susceptible to side slip is to get the nose up. And Lockheed has to have known this. Because, well, you're right, having the wings here is definitely an exacerbated effect. Absolutely. This would not be creating as much side slip as it does in KSP. Abso-freaking-lutely. Nosing this vehicle up with the body flap and, you know, adjusting the body flap like that to get it to get the center of lift like this will stabilize the vehicle. Yeah, let's do this. We're good for another flight test. Let's go. And I took the panels off of the back of it here. I don't know what I should put in its place, if anything. I have no idea. Here, you know what we could do, just on a side note? We could see what those panels were kind of more or less doing. Really nothing, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, Jason, it'd be hard to get that shape, though, don't you think? Who knows what the heck this is gonna do? Yeah, Jason, I know what you mean, yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, these will still generate drag. But not nearly as much as that big panel there. Good, you're stuck in my infinite loop, Taradra. You can never leave. What's up, man? Aren't you streaming? Aren't you streaming right now, brother? What are you up to? Did you stop? Did you take any part data? It's in the VODs, Jason, yeah. Got a new desk to build. Chat wants a new PC tomorrow. Yeah, I know. They do that. Do you know what I want right now? You want the end of the night? All right. Let's see what the flags do. Also, do we want to, no, it would be better to just have this window open, right? Like, also, this transport vehicle is poop. Would it be fair testing to do runway test to study drag options? Just roll it down the runway at some speed. I did that last time, Jason. I put it on this truck and I drove it up and down the runway, but that was with the panels attached. I can't put stuff out on the runway this big because of the SPH limitations, but we could test it again, I suppose. Zen, give it some time, dude. I mean, Jason, we can do it, but this truck can't get us up over. It won't be able to get us up. It maybe like 20 meters a second at best. If you want to do that, dude, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, let's do it. Let's drive it up and down the runway. We'll see what it does. I don't have a problem with that. Rebel. Oh no, Webless. We need to go for Webless. She's already out there though. You bind your body flaps to the throttle axis with Cal, and only turn the flaps on during re-entry when you have no fuel anyway. Wiki, we could do that. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, dude. The thing is, like, what I'd be worried about with that system is me remembering that I need to do that. Does that make any sense?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, let's go over here. Thanks, Monica. Midge gifted a sub to Wookie. Rocket Truck Yard? I mean, Aero scale's pretty straightforward in this game, dude. I should be able to see what it's doing. Should be. Shouldn't be a problem. Wookiees don't kill. No. Wookiees aren't known for killing people. Wookiees are known for pulling people's arms out of their sockets when they lose. Look at this Chad of a freaking vehicle right here. Pretty cool. Yeah, Midge, Wookiees are known to do that. Midge, I have a new strategy. Let the Wookiee win. I'm in favor of just sending it. Well, at least let me drive it up and down the crawler way. We'll be able to figure it out from there. Alright, so we have... Do I have Aero debug here? Oh yeah, flags are physics-less, so they would be imparting the drag onto the part that... They'd be imparting drag onto the part they're attached to. Let's compare it to, say, this panel right here. We'd have to compare. This is that panel, and these are the flags. What? And then that's the fairing, because these things, flat flag, there's nothing there. They're physics-less, just like a cubic octag. So the arrow information from this is being applied to the fairing. Huh. Well, I'll get a longer glide path if I don't have any side slip problems, man. And that's what I mean about commanding the vehicle to do what I want it to do. I have to make sure that if I tell this thing to not yaw, it's not going to, right? Like, you misclick, Loopy. Wait, what the hell are the flags doing here? Why Oh, it's just the weird lighting conditions. So the panels on the back were pretty much generating about the same amount of drag as these Airstream protective shells. So let's take a look. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, this thing should fly better now. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Cool. Alright. Jason, driving it up and down here actually is pretty good. It was a pretty good thing. I'm gonna put this thing on the pad. I need to refuel the pad, and I'm going to use 2 refueling trucks and fill up 6 tanks, and we'll fly high this time. I don't think we need to do another suborbital test. Or not a low suborbital test. We're gonna fly a lot higher. That's how the NACA used to do it back in the day, Prey, so why not, man? Am I right? Thanks, Colton. I'm glad you guys like it. I honestly thought sitting here and doing these engineering streams the entire time would just piss people off. People are actually super hyped and really happy to see the process. I've had plenty of people come in and say, dude, I'm loving this SSTO build because I get to see you put a vehicle together. I'm like, huh. Well, all right. Cool. I'm kind of pissed. All right. Not the edge of space, but we'll get it up there.
And finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, sorry, near
No yelling on the bus.
in March, and above normal precipitation, that active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well, and the storm rates, the 5th and 6th,
Ugh, sorry.
through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th, and the
Oh.
30th of the month.
Oh.
Long range weather forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with us, and you can also write me and include a self-addressed stamp envelope. Channel 11 here at 220 East 42nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of that forecast.
Back to story. Bonk. It's just the nose cone, right? That's not important. Right there is where this thing needs to be.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, let's push the crane back into position. Kerbal with its nice overdriven sound. That's great. D-Pick. 8-month resub. Thanks, man. We'll put this on the pad, and then we gotta get a fuel truck out here. Is my holder working fine? The pedestal? The truck doesn't integrate the vehicle like I want to. I end up having to drag the vehicle on the ground when I'm trying to pick it up. Yeah, the truck doesn't really work exactly how I want. It needs some redesign. But the way I see it, guys, is that, I mean, if I absolutely need to, I should be able to use that truck to get the vehicle from the vertical position back to the horizontal position. I should be able to do it. Because the trucks, you know, aren't just, it's not just delivering the vehicle here and putting it on the pad. I also want my trucks to be able to do the reverse of that. And it should be able to do it, but either way, this is just temporary design for the big boy. So, guys, we're going to do a high-altitude flight here, and depending on what happens with 3, with development vehicle 3 here, depending on what happens with that, I'll try for orbital. What if you made higher supports for the SSTO? Higher supports. In what regard, Soapy? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. You gotta give me a little more to go off than that. Higher supports for which vehicle and helping with what function, man? I'm not sure. Night Spark. Like on the truck, sorry. Yeah, no problem. You just gotta give me a point of reference. Like these things, making them go up higher, that probably would fix it. But if you gotta remember, like if they go higher than this though, then I'd have to pick the vehicle up way more, which I could do. I mean, it's possible. That would be a way to, that could be a way to do it. But yeah, gotta be careful with that. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, yes. Dr. Steve Brule. How are you? Is Stellaris copywritten? I think the Stellaris music does mute the VOD. Gotta get it on another channel. Okay, I turned the traverse rate down so it wouldn't do exactly that. That's good though. Boris? ¿Cómo vos está? You've been enjoying the high fidelity build, Doom? Right on. I have to like settle this docking port like right on top of the port it needs to dock to, right? And then we just gotta put it down very slowly. There we go. Got it. Whoa, Nelly. What did we blow up? Alligator hinge? Oh, one of my guide hinges took a crap. It's all right. It's okay. The vehicle ain't damaged, but see, we weren't aligned exactly that time. It snapped too quickly, which is something we're gonna have to work on with this, guys. But once again, it's not. Not that big of a problem. There, everything snapped back in when I unlocked the vehicle. Looks like we damaged some of the wheels as well. It's alright. See how crooked we are? That's what caused that, being super crooked. The interesting thing is that, yeah. Now it's working. Not good. gonna need some counterweights. Why did it work so well this time? Interesting. Thing worked great. Good test flight so far. Rocket guy, I'm messing with the arrow again. Is this the first test flight? This would be the 4th test flight, I think. Well, the good news is that the truck worked a little bit better this time. I'm not sure what changed, but... Oh, great. What changed is that the I-beams are
Discovery, go at throttle up.
stuck in the frigging thing. Oh, jeez. All right, here, ready? Pull the thing out. Come on. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, balls. Oh, balls. Oh, balls. Oh, balls. Yep, yep. Nope, we got a bad problem here. I'm just going to stop. And, oh, shoot. This is so bad. Bonk. Oh no. Don't die. Okay, he's fine. All right, cool. Wait, where's Herbal? Oh, that was catastrophically bad, man. Is Gleblis okay? She's fine. Alright, cool. Where's Herbal? Oh, thank you. Yeah, the frickin' beams on the truck. Damn it. Well, so much for 3. Great, just what I need. Delays, lovely. You're going to have fun cleaning this up. Yep. That's infuriating. I gotta sit here and recover all of this. As long as I didn't kill a Kerbal, I don't really care. Everything else is replaceable. The I-beam got sandwiched between the flag and the wing, and I tried to pull it out, and I shouldn't have. We should have just aborted it. That's that stupid truck. That truck sucks. The reason why the thing worked so well is because the I-beams were wedged into it. And that's because when I undocked it, it fricked up. Ugh. As long as I get my Kerbals back, I don't care. That is a costly mistake, though. Yep. We just have to sit here and do this 1,000 frigging times. Just think of this like you're almost 6. Yeah, thanks, Scully. Honestly, you know what's the most annoying about this? The fact that I have to sit here and do this like 1,000 more times. I don't even care. I can just replace the pad. And as long as we didn't kill Kerbals, whatever. I lost a little bit of funds. Who gives a crap? I just don't like sitting here and doing this. This is great stream content, isn't it? Yay! Good. Yep, the failure doesn't, honestly, the failure doesn't bother me. I thought it was kind of funny. I knew it was going to happen, too. I saw the crane start to tilt, and I'm like, well, oh, that's that. We only lost about 20 G's. 20 G's in parts, give or take. Not bad. Could have been worse. You literally tried to scrape the truck off of the craft with the pad. Yeah, I know, Doom. You don't need to tell me. I was there. Yep. It's just wasting time. That's why it's annoying, man. Just a waste of time. That would be a waste of time. We're just gonna frick you up. Okay. Page turned. I'm over it. Alright, so what do we need to do? I need to get the pad back out there, and then we need to get the crane back out there. There's the pad. Okay, take this, put that out there. Did your brain thermally disconnect? I don't know, Doom. No, I don't think I thermally disconnected. I was pretty dang sure that a flag wouldn't be able to hold that I-beam in place with the force of a frigging vice grip. Alright, I thought it would just slide out, and it definitely didn't, so... Yeah. No, I think my actions were pretty damn reasonable given the circumstances. You know, who knew that a flag could cause your entire launch pad to explode? But that's Kerbal physics for you. Yeah, the flags wedged the I-beams and pulled the truck up into the launch table, and I thought that the flag would just let go of it if I pulled it up hard enough, and nope, it didn't. It decided to promptly blow up the entire launch pad. Great. And the resulting explosion from the launch pad blowing up caused the crane to tip over. So it's not your fault, Jason. It's my fault for not engineering a good enough truck. That truck is... Literally every integration, that truck is giving me nothing but problems, which is annoying. But hey, it is what it is, dude. Like I said, I'm over it. You know what I'm the most annoyed about? Like, and I can honestly say this, I'm the most annoyed that I have to sit here and put everything out again. It's really freaking annoying. I'm not upset that we failed. I was expecting something like this. You always kind of excuse me, you always kind of have to expect it. I mean, Kraken strikes like that are rare nowadays, but they still do happen from time to time. When we're pushing the envelope with a test program, this kind of stuff happens. The good part of this is that, well, one, I figured out a way to not integrate the SSTO. I figured out a good way to not do that. The second part of this is that, the second part of this is that a Kraken strike happened in a scenario that I did not plan for, right? Meaning that the Kraken strike happened because I was doing something with the vehicle that it wasn't designed to work with. So that tells me that my designs are still pretty good, Because if you try to use the pad as a separator to separate the truck from the launch vehicle, turns out it wasn't engineered for that, so you're going to get explosions. So that tells me that, you know, yeah, I did something with the crane that I never designed the crane, the pad, or the vehicle to do, and it exploded. I mean, duh. Yeah, I didn't fail. I just found a way to not integrate the thing. So the flag did all of that. Can we use that for hold down points? Goalie, I'm pretty sure you don't understand what the flag did to cause that. The flag wedged the I-beam and caused me to pull the truck up. And then what happened is that the wheels Kraken struck, truck launched up here, hit the root part of the pad and caused the entire pad to fall apart. The resulting explosions caused the crane to bounce a little bit, and that resulting bounce caused the crane to topple over. That's right, Demoody. It's almost like when you operate something out of the parameters it was designed for, it's gonna break. Shocked Pikachu face, right? Pad is not a can opener. Exactly. Good to know, right? Okay. Yeah, no, that was a pretty good one. Crane falling over, blowing up everything. That was the only time the cranes ever exploded. Ever. Ever. That should tell you how much... how well engineered that thing is. It literally had to have a vehicle explode underneath it to get it to freaking fall over. Never tipped the crane over before once. I think, actually, maybe that's twice. I did it once with Freedom 7 testing. When I was putting together a Freedom 7 booster. But it was operating outside of parameters just like that. Which is actually pretty cool to me. That's pretty neat. As long as the Kerbals survived, I don't care. Whatever. It's 20 G's in parts, comparatively to a freaking massive penalty for killing a Kerbal, like 250k. It does suck that I lost 3 though, but it's all right. It's not that big of a deal. On to 4. And that truck, we should probably, you know, not do what we were doing with it. Yeah, somebody clipped to death, of course. Hell of an explosion. I'm telling you, my stuff doesn't fail very often, but when it does, it's spectacular. It is a spectacular failure. Like it's ridiculous. Like how like, you know, the pad explosion, bunch of explosions at the bottom of the crane, and then the crane's just like, you know, you could almost hear the metal creaking, you know. You lost another Kerbal? I don't know how you got that from me saying, no, I didn't lose any Kerbals. As long as I didn't lose any Kerbals, I'm good. I don't know how you derived that one from that, FX, but no, I didn't lose any Kerbals. We're good, man. Ah, that's just more Kerbal. Kerbal will always find a way to make the explosions funny. But hey, it is what it is, dudes. It's not a problem. Yeah, Jim, that's right. I said the truck was garbage, and it is. It's garbage. I made it quick, because I'm not planning on using this pad so much. Like, I don't know if I should sit here and we should take the time to go and develop a better transport truck. You know, I'm not sure if I should do that. There's a Ford joke in here somewhere. That's right, King. Oh. Gotta configure it. Crane has to be configured or else it won't work correctly. There we go. They make hazard pay would bite. Relax. It's Kerbals. They're more than happy to do it. They like explosions, remember? Kerbal's entire economy is built off making explosion factories, like rockets. Can't sit here and tell me that they didn't love every second of that. Don't lie. Guys, at least the front didn't fall off. Well, the front fell off. Check for alignment. 89.9. Check for alignment again. 89.9. She's pointed straight up. The explosion should be clipped around. Somebody should have posted it. FX? Have you ever had any fails that just hurt you deep down? Killing Jeb on stream pissed me off, Soapy. Yeah, it really annoyed me. And then some dingbat in chat had the audacity to say, well, it's just a game. Why are you getting upset at it? Dude. I had to fight every fiber in my being, Soapy, to not tell that guy to just piss off, shut the hell up, and get out of my stream. Like, I was like, oh, I want to, oh, I want to curse you out so bad, you know? Yeah. See, you know, here's the thing, guys. Like, I try not to get myself emotionally invested in video games, but on the other hand, playing video games is my job, and I don't like making mistakes at my job. You know what I mean? Mistakes do happen. That's life, right? So, like, when somebody tells me, you know, oh, it's just a game, why are you getting upset at it? You know, because you've never gotten pissed off at someone or something at work, right? Yeah, that's never happened. That's never, yeah, no, calling BS on that one, you know? Like, that's why I'm like, oh, you pissant son of a PG-rated stream. You know, it's like, dude, you have... Shut up. Why isn't this truck going forward? Oh. Oh, that's good. What is it with parts in KSP and getting stuck together? It's Pisson. It's French. It's French. Today must be Kraken Day. Jack, I'll be 100% honest with you. Considering all the time that I've worked with the SSTO thus far, and that was the first, like, nasty Kraken strike, I'm not really too incredibly concerned. If we have more of those, I'll be a little upset. Do a barrel roll. Thank you. They got stuck together because something called gliders interacting the wrong way. Hey, Anth, did you know that the sun comes up every morning and it's really bright and staring into it is bad for you? Also, did you know that the water that falls from the sky is wet? I don't know if you knew that. Do you understand the analogy here? No. It doesn't rise. We rotate. Tell me I'm wrong. You're wrong. I said it to troll you. I succeeded. It's not a good troll if you make yourself look stupid. That's not trolling. That's making you look stupid. Congratulations. You're stupid. Sorry. I'm sorry. That it's funny to me. You played yourself. Yo, yeah, it's mission mode part 154. That's right, Jonas. You're making me look stupid, panda jerk. What? Water can't be wet. Water can only wet things. Wookie, if I said people in hell want ice water, you'd probably say, oh, people can't have ice water in hell. It's much too hot. Like, do you guys want me to keep Don Ricklesing you? Or, I mean, you can keep this going if we want. I've always been a fan of Don Rickles' humor, and I try to incorporate some of it here, you know, on stream, dude, because it's funny. At least my crane didn't fall over. Are you comparing your real-life crane to my virtual crane? Okay. Yeah, this is where we are it's state of the stream. Got it. EJ didn't see it. No, T-Man, I saw it, and I didn't find it funny. and promptly moved on with my life. Sorry, Dr. Dev. EJ makes joke about water being wet. Chat proceeds to discuss over the next 30 minutes whether water is actually wet. Are you guys really doing this right now? Is this really happening? Sawyer, what's up, man? You guys are ridiculous. Does it really surprise you? You know what, Death? You're absolutely right. Joke's on me. Why would I expect anything less? This is my fault, not yours. Water isn't wet, makes things wet, but it technically itself isn't wet, you guys. Oh my god. Oh. Do you guys smell burnt toast right now? I smell burnt toast. No, Jack, I know. It's me. This is my fault. I perpetuated this. I have failed as a streamer parent. I have soiled our friendship garden. Ow. My face hurts. My face is numb. Help. What is this, Sneaky? Congratulations, you're stupid. Yes. Is butter a loaf of milk? No. I'll shut the stream off, God. I'll shut the stream off. Don't think I won't. Don't think I won't do it. You don't think I'll do it? Is cereal just breakfast soup? No, cereal is cereal. Because oatmeal is hot cereal, Wookie. They don't call oatmeal hot soup, alright? Differences. Destroyed. Chat, look, it's the I Recall Bananas song. Listen, here, look at these keys jingling. Jingle, jangle, jangle. Squirrel! Hot dogs aren't sandwiches. You know why they aren't sandwiches? Because they're called hot dogs. I'm pretty sure sandwich is nowhere in that name. Hot dogs aren't sandwiches. Congratulations. You've been destroyed by logic and facts. D_stroyed. Hot dog sandwich. Ichi, if you went into a restaurant and said, "Can I have one hot dog sandwich, please?" You're telling me you wouldn't get a strange look from the person behind the counter? That's something like an alien or a lizard person would say. Yes, I would like one hot dog sandwich, please. So a hot dog. Yeah, okay. You're not a lizard person, are you? They wouldn't hand you a hot dog sandwich, man. They didn't. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I want it. The Zuck is asking for it. Only some people will get that one, Demoody, but that's pretty good. I made a hot dog and curry pizza once. It was wonderful. Hot dogs on pizza? Yeah, Doom, that's something I can get behind. Sure, absolutely. Actually, okay, Doom. All right, here. I'll switch it to food. Chat loves food. That's another thing that I've noticed. It's almost like you're a bunch of humans and you like eating. Banana! Anyway, Doom, all right, let me lay this on you. So, you ever had white pizza? So, instead of it's pizza, but instead of tomato sauce, you use Alfredo sauce, right? A white pizza, right, with hot dogs on it and macaroni and cheese. Now, before you go, what? Think about it for a second. Think about it, and maybe some broccoli on there too. Think about that. Let that sit in your mind for a second. Hot dogs and mac and cheese on a white pizza. It's pretty smart. Nice, too. That's messed up? It's not messed up. No, just... What are you talking about? It's frigging delicious. You know why? Because I've had it. Yes, right now. When's the last time you had a salad? What salad? I don't do that. I don't do salad, okay? I don't do salad, okay? A hot dog salad. Salad is what food eats. This is what my food eats. That's good, man. Hey, N9, thanks for the raid, man. How are you doing? Leaves are what I feed to my food. Alright, this poor excuse for a truck. Here's what we're gonna do. Ready? This truck basically failed in every single metric except for pulling the stupid thing around, so we're just gonna go ahead and get rid of all that. There we go. Yep. That's perfect. And then we gotta go in here. 3 doesn't exist. 4. And then I gotta take its test flight markers off because, yep, doesn't do that anymore. There we go. And then I need to go in here into the SPH, and we need to go get the bracket. There we go. We can beef it up and set it up to tilt the craft. Yeah, that's what it was already doing. Yeah, that didn't happen. N9, what were you up to, dude? A crane salad? Oh, I made a crane salad. We came to see amazing cranes and maybe the flight. Yeah. How do you get the little green spheres? They're node attachment. They're on the panels. The panels come with them, dude. Beef? Yeah, right. Beef, it's what's fucking dinner. Some realism overhaul, first Saturn probe, and planning a Geosat launch. Cool. Tossed crane salad is your favorite. And it was tossed. Oh, yeah. So, chat, I have a question for you. Do you guys know what beef stew is? You know, beef stew, you put, you get some gravy, you put beef, you put chunks of beef in there, some chuck primarily, with potatoes and carrots and celery and a bunch of other things. Is that just warm salad? Or is that soup? You tell me. I had an oxtail stew last night. Oh, you frick. Yeah, just on a side note, Dan, my diet mostly consists of meat and potatoes. Yeah, it's just meat and potatoes. With some dairy in there. It's liquid salad, aka soup. But beef stew is different, because it's not in broth, it's in gravy. It's a warm salad. Oh, alright. Skins or no skins? Depends, Hellfish. If we're having potato skins, then skins. Mashed potatoes, baked potato, no skin. Beef stew? No, I'd peel them. I'd peel the potatoes. But is gravy a dressing? If so, then yes, salad. Well, you don't submerge your salad in salad dressing, you know? Nice, Jackery. Alright, let's try this for the second time. How would you know? You don't eat salad. I never said that I didn't eat salad, Nassman. I said the last time, well, I said what salad, but okay, you really want to know, the last time I had salad was probably 2012. I'm dead serious. I don't eat salad. Salad tastes like nothing to me. One exception is a chicken Caesar salad with no dressing on it. That tastes good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So, just cheese, lettuce, grilled chicken. Yeah, I'll eat that. That's fine. Got you beat. You've never eaten a salad? I don't eat salad. I really don't. I don't do salad. Meat and potatoes, baby. All day. That's my diet. Hey, Saul. 2-month resub. Alright, let's make sure we're not going to screw this frickin' thing up. It tastes like nothing, add stuff until it does. And yeah, if you guys really want to know, I don't like salad dressing. I think salad dressing tastes like garbage. And I don't know why, because it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. Like, I can't explain it. One of those weird mental things, I guess. And yes, I am mental, for sure. It's one of those weird mental things. I think salad dressing smells and tastes like poop. But it's weird because, like, okay, so like ranch dressing. I don't like ranch dressing. I think ranch dressing smells like the inside of an anus. It smells horrible. It tastes okay, but like I don't go seeking out ranch dressing. But on the other hand, like Doritos, Cool Ranch Doritos, I'll eat a ton of those things. How do you know this? I've gone spelunking before. No one's gonna get that joke. No one's gonna get that joke, damn it. Oh dear, see, that's what I mean, Crapshot. No one's gonna get that joke. You know what spelunking means, right? Nobody knows what that means. And people are Googling it now, and then you'll realize that it's not a lewd joke, it's just weird. Yeah, it's cave exploring. You smell the inside of a cave, it smells like freaking low tide in there, man. Oh no, I got it. I'm just not choosing to respond yet. Yeah, there you go. Alright, let's go. Okay, so take this, set the torque limiter to that, set that to 0, and we're just going to drag the thing up into the air. What is with this damn truck? Are you freaking kidding me? The truck lodged itself into the freaking... What? What the frick? You freaking fricks! When will you learn? I don't... Why is this doing this all of a sudden, man? I took all the parts that caused the last crack and strike apart. Why does this happen? Stop it. This is infuriating. The same vessel collision on. They're not the same vessel anymore, man. Is salad about to happen? Yeah, it's possible. Man, episode 154 has proven to be a real banger, huh? Why? 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 Why did it lodge itself? Why did the truck want to decide to freaking merge with the stupid vehicle? I don't understand this. It shouldn't have done that. What the heck, Kerbal? Why would it do this? All right, so first of all, I'm not going to make the same mistake twice, so let's just put this back down here and just leave that where it is and recover the stupid thing. It's not worth it. God damn it. What a useless stream this was. This is ridiculous. I have to start racing in 15 minutes. This is stupid. Yeah, swinging around. Great, good. Yeah, how about we don't do that, all right? Are you in a race league? I have my own race league, Soapy, that we race every Friday night.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
GTA racing's on Saturday nights. Hey, Biggie, 34-month resub. Guys, I'm sorry. Like, okay, all jokes aside, I'm sorry. I wanted to get a test flight in tonight, and I'm still gonna try it. We'll try it one last time. You know, if it's one thing that I've learned as a streamer, and just as I get older, just on a complete serious note here, is to not waste people's time. And I apologize about this. Like, yeah, I actually feel bad. Like, the explosion was funny, haha, good entertainment, but people want to see this test flight, and they don't want to see Kerbal doing this, but sometimes Kerbal just doesn't cooperate. What did you change? This didn't happen yesterday. Goalie, what if I told you I didn't change a thing, except for the flags on the back of the space plane? I'll figure it out. The flags don't affect the hierarchy that way, Anth. It's not that. It's probably just because I'm going too fast, if you really want to know. I just don't understand how this thing ended up lodging itself up there. That makes no sense. Right, I gotta finish the freaking truck. God damn it. Guys, actually, believe it or not, after the SSTO deadline, I'm probably going to start weeding truck streams back in, not just on Tuesdays. I want to get this truck done for the 59 done for the summer. So I actually have a question, Canadian. You actually reminded me. Would you guys mind seeing a week of just truck streams? And when I mean truck streams, I mean working on the truck in the morning and then coming home and playing KSP. Like, that would mean no space news, and the Minecraft server might fall to the wayside a little bit. Or I could just come home and play Minecraft. You know, we could take a week off from KSP so I don't have the deadlines on my mind, and then we could make a mission mode deadline for the truck if we wanted to do that. Why are the lines like, why is this like this? Oh no. What the heck is that doing? The freaking pad. The rails on the pad are all bent. Why are they all bent? That makes no sense. There is a Minecraft server? Yeah, TT. I play Minecraft in the mornings usually. These aren't even auto-strutted. What the hell happened here? No wonder we're having so many problems. But why did this happen now? This is a brand new pad. I don't know what to tell you. Alright, I'll try it one more time. I don't know how well this is going to work because the rails are bent. The rails being bent here, even though it doesn't look like it, the rails being bent here are about as good as railroad track rails being bent. Everything is going to get misaligned and you will derail, which is why all this crap's probably happening. Alright, Dr. Death, I'm sorry, man. I really don't feel happy about this. From the wheels bouncing? Happens when pieces intermesh on the colliders. Happened to me a couple of times. It happens because docking, Rocket Guy. Yeah, when you dock two things together, if something is pushing up against something, it phases into it sometimes. I understand that. I know why it happens. In Kerbal, I know that. What I'm wondering is that, well, this has not happened on this pad with any of the Freedom Rockets, and the Freedom Rockets use the exact same keepers as this. So what's changing? Nothing has changed with my track mechanism here between the SSTO stuff and the Freedom Rockets. So what the hell? What's going on? You know? That's the question that I'm trying to figure out. We're having fun. It's all good. Yeah, but I really want to try to make this deadline, man. Yeah, next week is basically going to be a mad dash in KSP. Because I have to get all the flight testing done for this vehicle by this week, which is in itself a behind schedule by a week. I wanted to be flight testing a week ago, but it is what it is. This is fine. Okay, we're up in the air. Finally. Kind of wish this thing would stop bucking around like that, but that's okay. You need guide rails. Yeah, glitch. Third time's the charm. Yeah, I hope so. Four is gonna shoot high, man. Seriously, we're going up. I'm gonna go a little bit higher with this. There we go. Is the camera or the crane bending? It's just the camera angle. We might not get this one back, and that would really, really suck, but... I really need to see what these flags do. And the pad is full. All 6 of these tanks are full. So that should be able to get us up real high in the air. Enough to get us to come back down and hit some type of high aerodynamic loads. I gotta see if we eliminated that side slip problem. Or if it's just me. If I caused it by the flight profile. Never skip leg day. Yeah, we'll probably... This flight path will probably go up here and then try to fly back down. I might have to just fly this way a little bit and then come back down. Okay. Let's put this thing on. I replaced the panels on the back, Jay, with flags instead. And we kind of did some aero research inside of the SPH to see what the center of lift was doing. I also doubled up on the yaw. I made the rudder a little bit thicker. And that should fix this problem, hopefully. Sorry, needed to put some stabilizers in. All right. You know what? I need to recall Banana Song. We need to recall some bananas. We're way off. Why are we so off? Why is... Dude, everything is going wrong today. Like, everything. That docking port should be directly over the nose, man. Ugh. Yeah, the bracket. Now the bracket's bent. Even before I had the auto strut off of it, it's still bent. Well, here's the hoping I can drop this thing on here and the docking port's aligned. It's very unlikely and will probably result in an explosion. Explosion time. I don't know what's gonna happen when I undock it. Let's, I mean, see. The whole pad's super crooked. It broke it because I docked it crooked. This is why you gotta line it up, but everything, like, freaking everything is going wrong today, and it's really frustrating, because it's wasting my time. We lost the crane's right landing gear. That's great. Alright, so that can't be moved. Cool. Yeah, just... I gotta recover the crane to get it out of the way if we want to try to launch it, so let's recover the stupid freaking thing. I don't know what to tell you guys. I did this exact same thing yesterday. We did 2 flights and nothing went wrong. Everything was totally fine. Today, everything just blows up. I don't know what I changed, and I doubt that changing just the flags is going to have this great of an impact. Nothing is working correctly today. Nothing is going how I want it. Every single dock I've tried to do tonight to get that thing up in the air has resulted in an explosion. I don't know what to tell you. And now I'm worried because is this something that I'm doing wrong? Am I just forgetting a step? And before you say checklist, yeah, there's no checklist for this. You know, like, this is a brand new launch vehicle. I don't have any checklists written. I mean, if this doesn't result in an explosion, I'll still try to launch the thing, you know? Yeah, Nulty, it's annoying, man, because see, here's the other thing, Nulty. I'm doing something wrong. You know I know I'm doing something wrong? Because it's blowing up. So that means, you know, I say, oh, I did the exact same thing as yesterday, but I clearly didn't, because if I did the exact same thing as yesterday, the pad wouldn't have exploded. So now what did I change? What did we change? The flags? The flags? That's not going to cause this. I know for a fact that changing the flags on this vehicle will not mess with the hierarchy that much. I don't know, man. I know that's not what caused it, but I'd take that truck from underneath as soon as it's rendered useless. Yeah, okay. The fuel tanks are holding this side of the pad up right now. And we are very, very misaligned off the pad. But 88.9. I'll send it anyway. We shouldn't, but I'll send it. The reason why I don't have a problem doing it is because of this. If the pad blows up, who cares? As long as I get a clean SEP from the vehicle, we should be fine. Did it screw my hierarchy, though? Breaking the pad? If the hierarchy check doesn't pass, we have to scrap the mission. Nope. Hierarchy check passed. We're good. Alignment is way off kilter, but we know that it's off kilter. We're conscious of it, so... Alright. Vehicle alignment is off, is very offline, but we know that. Alignment check is good. Open up the fuel tanks, and we know all the SVI on board is good as well. The same vessel, same vehicle interaction. So let's stage the vehicle. And let's fuel it. See what happens. Here, Rocket Guy, we'll just look at it from over here. So you don't see the launch pedestal. Alright. Forget about it. It'll go. It will launch. It's just the liftoff might be a little squirrely. We're probably going to see some explosions down here, but that's fine. It's alright. I'm going to fill it up with everything that we have in the pad here, guys, and we're going to see where this gets us. Everything here in the pad is not going to be enough to go orbital. Or at least it shouldn't be. But we're definitely going to go high up in the air. I'll go up in the air, and if we start going too high that we get a negative return, or we get close to a negative return, I'll either use some of it to boost back and land, or we'll we will dump the fuel. I just hope we get enough data to get this thing to work, to get this thing for an orbital test. I wanted to do the orbital test tonight, but we'll do it tomorrow. Make sure to not burn to depletion. Save some of it for vehicle RCS to maintain controllability at high altitudes. Okay. I think I mean, Loopy, this thing's going to go up at least above 30 kilometers with this much fuel. So, yeah, if it gets above 30, I'll shut a tank out and we'll drain the rest. I'm not sure which ones, but it has drain valves on it, guys. It'll probably end up being these two, the X216s that are right in the center of the vehicle. I'll probably keep those, or drain as much to leave some left over. Yeah, see, the SSTO has more fuel than a Freedom 10 fully extended. I'd need another fuel truck here if we wanted to fully fuel this thing. But it's alright. This is going to be a high altitude hop. As long as 4 doesn't get damaged off the pad, we should be fine. Wouldn't it be better to go up and out than back rather than just straight up? Wouldn't it be better to go up and out than back rather than just straight up? This one's not going to get to Leo Addy, but this will get pretty high up. Okay, we're pretty fueled here. The only thing that isn't fueled is the 4 front fuel tanks. Yeah, one more tank. So if I put a fuel truck out onto this thing, it should be fine. Since the craft is fairly simple, could you speed it up? Could you speed up testing by launching straight off of a mobile launcher? Yeah, I could, Doom, but what is that going to teach me when launching it straight off of a mobile launcher, or just towing a mobile launcher out here, or doing any of that? What is that going to teach me?
Discovery,
it's going to teach me nothing. That's going to teach me nothing about how the vehicle acts down here on the ground. I'm learning a lot about what this thing likes and what it doesn't like from this stupid truck braking over and over again. That'll help me engineer a better launch pad. So, yeah, I could, if I want to intentionally deprive myself of data that I could use to build a launch pad better, and launch pads are required per my mission mode rules, so. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could do that, but I don't want to, you know? Yeah, that's right. The integration is basically part of the testing, dudes. Okay. Launch and landing test number 4. This is LV5 version 9.1. Suborbital test flight, 0 inclination. Down here like this. Get the year 4, day 24. 4:39. Actually, let's just go with. Let's go with 41. 4:41 on the dot. This is the, well, this is the first because the freaking thing blew up. 98th launch total. This is SN4 on the dot. 3.1 was destroyed. Okay, we're go for launch. Let's see what happens. So we're at T-minus 1 minute and 20 seconds here. Vehicle is powered on. We're gonna do an engine chill down here to make sure that the thrust vector controllers are working correctly. Okay. All right. Now we will begin pad side gas closeout. Okay, all tanks on the vehicle are pressing for flight here. They're reading almost a full tank of gas because I don't have the front tanks unlocked here. T-minus 55 seconds and counting. Ground side pyrotechnic separation systems are online. We don't need the body flap control. What I'm going to do is close out the aerodynamic control authority on these things now. Okay. Range is clear. Thrust vector control checkout. Okay, looking good. Those flags are moving around, which is weird. Okay, Rock, report range status. Status check. Go LV5. Go lunar or launch and landing test number 5. Vehicle's now configured for flight. Range green. T-minus 15. Groundside pyrotechnic systems are armed. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go for main engine start. Slip off the pad was okay. It did glide a little bit, but we have ignition and a liftoff. Everything's looking good. Going for the roll program. Roll program is complete. Vehicle's now throttling back for max Q. All systems looking good. LV5 is going to go transonic here. We're in the transonic regime. We've gone past maximum dynamic pressure. Throttling up. We are already higher than the last test here. Whoa, 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 what are you doing? Okay, We're out of the thick stuff. Throttling back. Standing by for engine shutdown. Engine shutdown is confirmed. This almost would have made it, guys. I'm pretty sure. We have 1300 Delta V left. Yeah, Yarg, this would have been close. We're going to have to boost it back a little bit. Stand by for an RTLS burn. RTLS burn is complete. Vehicle fuel dump has begun. Okay, go here. This is important. Shut those off. Yeah, that one like split second where I disabled that is really gonna not be happy. It's not going to be happy for this. Enabling pitch and roll control surfaces. We'll circle around for 90. Can I just pause it for a second? The side slip was bad there for a second, but I regained control. Let me pause for a second. What are we looking at here? There's dust in the optical sensor. Anything else tonight, dude? I have a piece of dust in the optical sensor on the mouse. Total drag 262. Lift to drag ratio is 1.26. I'm gonna go around and hit 90 here. Yeah, losing RCS from the fuel dump wasn't ideal, Loopy, but I was able to command it, use the RCS to command it back straight, which is fine. And now I'm in complete control of the vehicle. Hope 90 isn't too far away. I think we'll be alright. Increase the deflection angle here. There we go. Yep. Good. This is good. It wants to fly slightly nose up of prograde, just as indicated inside of the SPH. That's fine. Take this, put this over here like this. With LID, you're creating more lift than drag. So what we're gonna have to see, Rocket Guy, is if that is more or less than last time. Yeah, by far and away the biggest drag is coming from these panels. This is coming from the two fairings that are holding the fuel tanks, and that's the back fairing. The flags are working pretty well, actually. We're holding our speed a lot better than we were. Alright, I'm going to shut these off. Let's land it. Okay. Stand by for the gear. Well, it's better, but it still makes a lot of drag, man. It's better. That's better than it was, you know, but it's still pretty bad.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, boy. That was still pretty rough. That was like a carrier landing. All right, well, 4's rolling out on the runway. All right. Yeah. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Can we use flags instead of panels up front? No. No, Yarg. I need those for balance. It balances the vehicle. If I find a way to fit another flag in here, yeah, that should work. Find a way to fit another flag here and we should be good. Failure, 53-month resub. Good landing. It's still not doing exactly what I want it to do, man. But, yeah, it's alright. That's right, qualified, exactly. I need to be touching down going like 100 meters a second, guys. I need to make... We can't be making this much drag. Last attempt for the night. I mean, the pad's destroyed, John. I need to go and put another pad out. On the top to reduce the drag at the front since we reduced it at the back. But you're not listening, Yarg. You're not listening to me. You're doing the opposite of that. Those fairings did create a lot of drag there, but that's okay. Okay, well, We did. Oh, the other thing is I landed with a lot of fuel left over. Interesting. Where's my center of mass indicator here? Hold on. Oh. Oh, that's not bad at all. Yeah, it's negligible. We can land with some fuel in the tanks, but not a lot. Cool. I've also noticed that that panel is bending for whatever reason, and I'm not sure why. Is it strutted or something? Is it strutted or something? No, it's not. And the fuel tank's clipping through it, which is interesting. I'm not sure why it's doing that. You also landed at 35 meters a second. Yeah, Yarg. I know. You're still not listening to me, but that's fine. It's okay. You can just... Yeah, right. Interesting. So, the verniers were able to correct the side slip problem, and just as I thought, if we nose down and let the thing kind of naturally do its thing and just keep correcting it a little bit with the verniers, it'll figure... you can get around the side slip problem. Once again, I deployed these. The other thing is that I deployed these down for stability, and that actually started exacerbating the side slip. It made it worse. So that's actually very interesting. But I was able to, you know, the only reason we had side slip is because the vehicle started tumbling because we started to hit the atmosphere right when I was doing the fuel dump. So. Yeah, this isn't bad. We just need to find a couple of ways to mitigate the drag even more, and we should be fine. It's not going to take much more to make this thing fly better. So a couple of things to think about. One, side slip issue seems to be from the fairing body lift. Affected LOD is less than 1, hence the glide slope. Why are the side wings so small? Well, Soapy, the whole vehicle is designed to act like a wing. The whole vehicle, if you look at it from the side, it's shaped like a wing, right? These are just stabilizers. So, like, if you look at... See, these are just the stabilizers in the back. If you look at, like, a 737, for instance, we took this shape and combined it with that shape. The wings that you're seeing on this thing in the very back aren't the wings that generate lift. These are... The wings are just those. It's just this back part. This part doesn't exist because the body does the lifting. So, like, it'd look like this if you just took the wings out. The wings that you see at the back of the X-33 are just the stabilizers. It's these pieces back here. Use Mark II pieces on the sides. They're not node attached, Jason. They're surface attached. Switching them to node attachment would mitigate drag a little bit more. And if we really wanted to get cheaty, I'd node attach the last panel in the chain to be inside of a fairing. The reason I was focusing on the front is because I was worried that if we only keep focusing on removing drag from the back, we'll keep making the side slip worse. I get it, Yarg, but not really. I mean... The side slip is coming from the fairings, from what I can see. The side slip effect was there, but it was very mitigated because I changed how the fairings were. I changed the positioning of the fairings there, so it's not too incredibly bad. Mark II pieces would give some of the side shape with far less parts. Too bad their mass is too high for their usage. They also generate lift, Jaka. They generate lift like wings. Not a good idea. Especially at the front of the vehicle. Like, fellas, I have a lot of experience with doing stuff like this, with building vehicles this way. My other shuttle, Collins, does this too. It's not as many panels, but it does do it. But just like Collins, I can't put wings too far forward up on the nose or else it's going to screw with the vehicle's handling. Alright. Where did we end up? How high did we go? 45,481. Pretty cool. All right, Jackery, good night. Dreamchester touches. Yeah, I qualified. I know. We're not touching down at the speeds that we want. This thing needs to go a lot faster. And we do have some part drift going on here, and I'm not happy about that. That probably came from the wonky pad, though, if I had to guess. We'll just keep an eye on that. If that happens with another prototype, we'll see. Why do we want faster speeds? Because lifting bodies need to be going fast to touch down correctly, Nolte, without bouncing the gear like what I did. You need to be able to go fast. Yeah, Nas, man, I'm basically going to play Kerbal all tomorrow. We need to eliminate more drag, so we need to get rid of these coming off the back. Getting rid of the fairing drag, though, is really going to mess, like, I'm not sure what that's going to do. Also, these things are not in symmetry, so it drained one and not the other and caused the stupid vehicle to roll. So we need to I need to bind that to an action group. I thought you want to touch down right at your stall speed. You don't want to touch down at your stall speed with a lifting body, Nolte. You want to touch down. You want to touch down when your vertical speed indicator goes to 0. My vertical speed indicator, if we go and watch that landing, I'll bet you my climb rate was at least 2 to 3. That's no good. I don't want to just drop this thing onto the runway like that. That's not how the real one flies. It always seems to lose about 50 meters a second during the flare. Yeah. To be fair, your approach was a spiral down instead of a re-entry where you'd most likely be on a straight trajectory. Yeah, of course, Lulz, but that shouldn't have... The approach to the runway was still the same that I would do any from like 1,000 meters down. The approach doesn't change, you know? So just approach at 140 meters a second instead of 80 and we're good. I wish I could just choose the airspeed I approach at qualified, but because it's a glider, you know. Either way, good test considering the pad just decided to screw me over a couple of times tonight. Yeah, good test. I'm going to recover 4 here. Yeah, it worked fine. And I also got a good indicator on the... I got a very good indicator on, like, what this thing could do at orbital. I had about 1,500... main engine cutoff was at, like, 550 meters a second, somewhere around there. And the vehicle was reading about 1,500, 1,600, if I looked at that right, meters a second, left. So that would not have made orbital, but it would have been close. It would have been about 300 meters a second off. And I didn't have all the fuel tanks full that time either, right? So that was another 1,000 units of liquid fuel. So actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure this thing will make orbit. I'm not sure if it's going to have much Delta V left over once it does, but I think the next test that we'll shoot for tomorrow will get it into space. Yeah, and I'll do a re-entry, and if it screws up during re-entry, so be it. You lost a lot of speed in the turn. Why not try to make sure the approach trajectory is straight on? Because, Lulz, it's much safer for the vehicle to get it over the landing site and then bleed off the speed that you need with the turn. Because If I try to aim it so I slow down right here, right? You know, and then, you know, we slow down too much, we're going to have literally the exact same thing that killed Jeb happen with Dart. So, yeah, fellas, I got to iron this stuff out. I'm going to start by replacing these panels here. I'm going to get rid of them. Or we'll just delete them completely and maybe do an orbital test that way. I'm not sure. These things are not working how I want. This was pulling a lot of drag. It was it was at least 5 kilonewtons on the way up. I did look at it for a second. He died doing exactly what you guys are saying. Try to line up for 90. No, I don't want to try to line up for 90. I want to get to here and then pull the speed brakes to slow down and bleed off the rest of my speed. That's what the shuttle did. Yeah, tweak the jag and then try for orbit. I think so. Let's recover that vehicle. And let's go back over into the SPH real quick. Make some minor changes and then we'll go for an orbital flight tomorrow. Foolery with the side panel mountings would be good as well. Yeah, I'd have to do some tests, Doom. But yeah. Maybe we'll take the A200 out for a spin and see the differences in the panels. That actually isn't a bad idea. I have a plane that we can use for testing, and what I could do is just paste the thermal protection system from this thing on top of, on like the back of the airplane, and we could fly it around if we really wanted to. And then we got to recover that piece of junk. Okay. And keep in mind, guys, like, I mean, you already said this, dude. I don't want it to touch down at like 30 meters a second. If it could get like 50, 60, then I'll be fine with it. Where I'm at right now, guys, is that the vehicle is doing something I don't want it to. I didn't design it to land at 35 meters a second, but it's doing it anyway. That's unintended. So we got to figure out why, and I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure I know the reason. It's because I covered it in panels, intending it to make drag. So I might have to go tweaking with them. I don't want to, but I might have to. No, I wouldn't tow it. I'd put it on the back of another airplane. So, we got 4 back, which is good. So I'm going to take my bracket off, which bent last time. And then I'm going to take my truck off. That is pretty useless. And we're going to go and look at this. Let's see. I'd hate to say no to attach all the panels. Jason, I wouldn't be able to sculpt it like this if we node attached everything, man. It's almost impossible. Just due to... So, like, if you side attach a panel, right? Here, I'll show you. If you side attach the thing, right? Then it's easy to manipulate because your rotational transform is down here at the base of the triangle, right? So it's easy to rotate and it's easy to sculpt with. If I turn this thing and I node attach it, wait. The hell? Wait. What? Hold on. Hold on a second. This wasn't doing this before. What? Am I stupid? Hold on. Hold on a second. We tried this when I made the... That's what we tried. I tried attaching the panels on the front node. And that screws up the rotation. Wait, why would I do this way? Take one and spin it once. What do you mean, spin it? No, this is exactly what I want. Take one off and just spin it once. Okay. All right. All right. Hold on. Hold on a second. Now... I know me. All right, look. I know me. I wouldn't make that mistake. At least I'm pretty sure I wouldn't. Let me look at the space shuttle. Hold on. Can't tell if these are node attached or not. There's another one. Hold on. Oh, this thing. Yeah, this thing. No, none of these are node attached. These are not node attached. The nodes are open between the triangles, but they don't have to be. Why did I do this way? Alright, I have one more test. One more thing to mess with. I have another theory as to why I have to make these this way, or why I didn't make these this way. There's something else. Hey, James, it's possible. I don't know, Jocko. Guys, I could redo the panel system. I could redo the panel system up front. If we node attached it, that'll mitigate error like crazy. And if I have the end panel, I mean, it's gonna take me a stream to it's gonna take me a second to redo it, but yeah, Jason, that's so okay, Jason. Yeah, I know. If you don't attach the triangle in the right way, right, the rotation isn't in the right spot. I understand that. understand. This doesn't make any sense. But it was working just fine there for a second. I don't think it's just getting lucky, dude. I mean, do you? Two weeks. Yeah, thank you. Who cares if we meet the deadline if the vehicle flies like trash? Who cares? I'm having a freaking crisis over here. Saying it doesn't have to be done, but it could help. Yeah, I mean, Jason, as much as I hate admitting it, Yarg's probably right. This thing isn't going to work too well. This thing ain't going to work too well. We're gonna have to test this. But also, if I could get the mass but not the drag from these panels, then we really, dude, this thing could really fly like the lifting body because it's heavy. It's super freaking heavy with all those panels. Yeah, if you node attach stuff, if you use the little green and black balls here, if you use those to attach components, Kerbal thinks that one component is in front of another, so it will aerodynamically, Kerbal will try to understand that. You can use those chains to get the vehicle, if you stack a bunch of panels next to each other and you node attach every one of them, Kerbal should understand that this panel is behind that panel. But it's something that I actually have to test. But it's time for racing. Guys, I want to understand a little bit more about panel dynamics, or panel aero, tomorrow. That's probably what we'll do. But having this whole thing in the back made out of flags is pretty rad, too, at the same time. And it shifts our center of mass a little bit forward to keep this thing a little bit, yeah. Does that require an extensive redesign? One stream, Demoody at best, if I choose to redesign this thing. Yeah, one stream at best. Leave notes. Yeah, Jaka, for sure, for sure. It also could just be me, yeah. If I can get these types of manipulators with the panels, then we're in business. I can make this thing, I can basically end a line of panels in certain areas and basically tell it to make drag in certain places on the vehicle, which is very useful. Like if I end all the lines of panels up here with a node attachment, these panels will be making the most drag up top, so it'll pull the nose up, which is pretty cool. Which is what it would do in real life. That's exactly what would happen. Yeah, Yarg, it's not going to take very long. Like, I'm talking one stream at best to fully redesign this. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this flying Dorito, Jacka. What do you expect? All right, guys. That's going to do it for Kerbal tonight. We're going to hit Kerbal hard tomorrow. The whole day. All Kerbal. I'm not sure what we'll do. I'll share some space news if there's some big space news, right? Like if anything big happens, the streams will be like Monday and Tuesday. We'll get to work and do another hard dev stream tomorrow. And then I think we'll shoot for an orbital test. I would want to do more suborbital testing with this, but we don't. I don't have the time. I have a week to finish the big SSTO. Abrazo grande, amigo. Keep rocking. Gracias. Gracias. Yeah, Bandit, maybe. Yeah, Jacka. Yeah, we'll once again with this stuff back here, with the flags back here, it's really these are physics-less parts, so it's really gonna move. We're not making a lot of drag on here anymore. But the fairings are back there. The fairings are here, and those are making drag. That should make enough out the back here. But we definitely mitigated a lot of drag from the back of the design. Yeah. Cool. But we got 4 back, and we flew it up to 45 kilometers, which is really cool. Yeah, we have to get an orbital test with this tomorrow. Figure out where it goes. Cool. All right. Let's jump into racing, guys. So that's gonna do it for Kerbal tonight. Kerbal's gonna start probably around noontime, 1 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, and we're gonna go basically all the way to GTA racing. That should be a solid. GTA racing starts at 11. It's a solid 8 to 10 hours of KSP. Yeah. So, yeah, more KSP tomorrow. I have to get this thing at least up into space, and we have to get an entry test with it. That should at least tell me what I need to know. Fellas, the other thing I was thinking about is if we have to go and make the big SSTO, if we have to go and make the big boy, if we have to go and make the big boy, I might just switch to node attachment for the big SSTO instead of redesigning the small one. New quarter mile, 0 to 60 times tomorrow. Got my 315 tires on. Gonna knock that 60 foot down. My man, that's awesome. Which engines would you put on the large version? Shuttle engines? Bigger shuttle engines. Well, not bigger. I'd put more. We'd have probably... Well, the real Venture Star Chief had 7. It had 7 engines. I'll probably either do 8 or 6, depending on our mass. Yeah. That's about right. 8 or 6, something like that. Oh, I forgot to do the time warps today. Remind me tomorrow that I have to time warp 16 days in KSP. I wish bigger shuttle engines. All right, guys, let's get into racing. I'm not sure. I think we might be racing Indy tonight, which is going to be a fun race. So, if you're only here for KSP, once again, I understand it's not for everybody, but I would invite you to come back and to sit and watch some racing if you want a nice stream to unwind to. If not, have a good night. If you like cars, though, and racing, I usually, just like during Kerbal, we talk about spaceflight. We can talk about racing and what's going on here during the racing streams. But if not, have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. If so, well, sit back and relax. Probably got a good 3 to 4 hours left on this stream. So, once again, if you're here for the long haul, sit back, relax. We're going to keep going with the shenanigans. And, yeah. Let's get into some racing. Mission mode part 154 definitely lived up to its name.
Like, we're not at 100%, so it's like not
Hello.
like a full hit won't impact you like that much, but it's just like
Hello.
you're still gonna be really slow.
Hello.
Trust that guy.
Hello.
I mean, in an oval, like any aerodynamic damage on like an Indy car is a lot.
How is everybody?
Good. Oh, I hit
Pretty
a
good.
wall.
Super.
I hit a wall.
Better
with
now that my
something at the-
crane isn't blowing up every 5 seconds.
No, I got a 0.2 finally.
No, no.
Oh god.
Jesus, Gunny.
That was KSP today.
Let's talk about racing.
That good.
How about
Fair
those wheel
enough.
nuts, man?
It was episode 154.
Would you rather have
I feel like
today
it
in
was
KSP
expected.
or Singapore 2017?
Let's talk about racing.
Singapore doesn't exist.
Who needs a Singapore?